this first session. This will last until 11:30. That means we have hour and a half session. And first we are going to start the session as I suggested yesterday, making sure our intention being here and to participate in the activities is a positive, a constructive intention, and that is a very important part of the journey, being here. Although the actual activities are me from my side giving the talk on the topic, your side listening, contemplating, and later, if there are questions, asking questions. But these activities that we are going to engage in, physically and verbally and mentally, be helpful and be useful to ourselves and to others, right here and now and in the long term. Setting a right, joining the activities with the right, a positive intention is a crucial part of that. Therefore, past and the present, those great teachers, encourage people to participate in these type of activities with a positive mind. And as I suggested last night, it is not only the important or crucial to participate in this kind of activities with a positive mind. It is very useful and helpful to train ourselves, whenever and wherever and whatever we are going to engage in routine activities, up to a unique activities, whatever we are going to engage in those activities with a positive mind, positive intention is very, very useful. And coming here, starting with joining the group, joining the activities with a positive mind, positive intention, is part of the training ourselves, part of the training our minds, thoughts, and emotions, and gradually will have that kind of ability as a very natural, very spontaneous, without the particular effort to raise that kind of positive intention. And what kind of positive intention that we should start with the class, then it is up to the individuals. As I mentioned last night, basically we all have abilities, potentials, and seeds to experience many layers of positive minds. There's no doubt with that. What we need at this stage is we need to raise those positive intentions, to make them part of our everyday way of thinking, way of interacting with others, and the way of living. And that is what here, this kind of gathering, the purpose of this kind of gathering is for that reason. So from our heart, according to our own mental strengths, mental dispositions, hold a positive mind. That can be a very, very simple, straightforward, common sense, positive mind, or that can be, motivated by sophisticated philosophical reasons or profound spiritual reasons, and that is up to the individuals. Of course, the people who have a spiritual path to follow, like the teachings of the Buddha. You have taken the teachings of the Buddha as your spiritual journey, then it is very, very helpful, join this group, the class, according to the teachings of the Buddha. That means holding clearly and strongly the mind taking refuge in Buddha as one's own spiritual teacher, mentor, and taking refuge in Dharma, his teachings, as actual methods to be cultivated within ourselves, to be actualized, to be experienced, live with the teachings of the Buddha, and take refuge in Sangha as one's own spiritual friends, supporters, share with them our experiences, joys, happiness, and fulfillment, as well as frustrations, confusions, and difficulties while in the spiritual journey. And that is, if we do that, that is taking refuge in Sangha. And this mind, the mind taking refuge in three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, should be experienced, should be held, as many times as possible in the beginning of the day, beginning of the event, beginning of the, any kind of activities. As a follower of the teachings of the Buddha, if we engage in that activities with that mind, it will make huge difference. Then among some of you, for some reasons, not only follow the teachings of the Buddha, for some reasons you have chosen to follow the Bodhisattva and the teachings, or technically called Mahayana teachings. If that is the case, then the holding, experiencing the mind of enlightenment, in Sanskrit bodhicitta, the mind which has strong element of concerning well-beings of others. Of course, well-beings or one's own well-being is important, but if it is not more, but equally the importance the importance of well-beings of others. With that in mind, then acting, to fulfill well-beings of others with that mind, bodhicitta, will be very, very useful to start to join with that mind. So these are just my suggestion. As I said last night and just said this morning, a few minutes ago, what is important is that positive intention at what level that you are going to hold should come from from our heart. A genuine, a sincere, positive intention is crucial. So we will stay for just a few minutes in silence during that period try all our best to have a positive intention to join the class. With that positive and constructive intention to join the class, now we'll do a short silent meditation, just about a 10 minutes silent meditation. And the purpose of this meditation is very simple, as we did last evening, and saying it is simply to enhance, to promote a calm, clear, and focused mind. The mind which has qualities of stillness and the qualities of clarity. Stillness in the sense of our minds have the ability to stay with the one given meditation object. That can be your natural breathing or any other object can do. And that is the meaning of stability, having that kind of ability to stay with the one given meditation object. And the clarity in the sense of when the mind is with the object of the meditation, mind is fully alert, fully aware of the object of meditation. The full attention is paid on the object of the meditation, and that is the meaning of clarity. Although full attention is paid on the object of the meditation, but there is no, should be free from any form of discursive mental activities such as analysis, investigations, or judgments. Although some of these mental activities, such as analysis, is useful in some other form of meditation, but this kind of meditation which simply enhance stillness and the clarity, and such as analytical analysis should be avoided. Same time, have the very relaxed, very ease manner. Engage in meditation in a very relaxed, very ease manner, without tense. Combination of, the what you call the relaxation, yet, the attention is fully present, is not that easy. But if we train ourselves, if we train our minds will learn. So here, the purpose of meditation is simply to enhance these two mental qualities, stillness and clarity, and engage in meditation in a very gentle manner, not to rush, prepare your physical body, sitting posture, have a comfortable, right sitting posture, body posture where there is a structure, yet it is completely relaxed. And also, have a, although there are traditions, and not necessarily advocate to choose a particular meditation object, that is also fine, but the tradition that I follow, suggest to choose an object, a particular object, and that's what I'm suggesting here. But this is pure suggestion, so you can select an object like your natural breathing, or image of Buddha, something mentally constructed, or a certain mental states, like strong sense of compassion, love. Any kind of object can do as your meditation object. That is the second stage of preparation. And when these two stages of preparations are done, sitting comfortably and selecting the object of the meditation, then start the actual meditation, initially to enhance stillness, simply placing your mind on the object of the meditation, and when there's stillness, then raise the awareness, that is the cultivation of clarity. So we do a 10-minute silent meditation. is comfortable, and now we have an hour to talk, myself to talk on the topic. Sometimes an hour talk will be quite long. If there's a sign of that, then we will do a little bit chanting in the middle to break that sense of tiredness or whatever, boredom. So yeah, that's what we are going to do now. Now, first, briefly, the recap what I said last night. Last night, my main topic or my main aim was to really to set the background to understand the Buddhist Vajrayana practice, Buddhist Vajrayana teachings, and I set several points. First of all, the first point I raised last night was, that all these different, including the Buddhist Vajrayana teaching, all these different spiritual traditions, Buddhist or non-Buddhist, they all are, the majority of them really started, taught, structured, continuing, to fulfill some of our fundamental, basic yearning or longing. And that is the first thing I raise. And I feel that is very, very important to be aware of that. We are following, we are interested in Buddhist Vajrayana, and because of reason, the bottom reason, although in the surface there might be some, surface, there are some temporary reasons, but the bottom reason is that we all have that, the common or, the natural yearning to be a happy person, yearning to be a person, a happy person. So that is the first thing which I raise. The second thing I raised, the point I raised is, when historical Buddha taught his teachings, from the common teachings to the Vajrayana teachings, all those teachings are given, and himself, grown up and interacted with the existing spiritual traditions. At the Buddhist time, there were many other spiritual, well-established spiritual traditions in India, and so his teachings were given under that kind of background, and also under the background of quite rich and sophisticated cultures, Indian cultures. So those are the point, another point that I raised. And also I said, he taught after his enlightenment, there were almost 40-something years of his teaching career, and he had encountered many different backgrounds of people, from the household, to all the way up to very, learned, the people. So under that kind of situations, his teachings also might be in a very varieties and not a one monolithic like that. So that is also very important to bear in mind. Then I talked briefly about the common teachings, the teachings which are common to the Theravadan as well as mine, common in the sense of both traditions agree, that those teachings are taught by the historical Buddha. And also there are teachings, particularly in the minor traditions, unique in the sense of Theravada tradition may not agree those teachings are directly taught by historical Buddha, and that sort of understanding is important. And within that, I explain, based on one of the 17th century Tibetan teacher, how he sort of see the teachings of the Buddha. He saw the teachings of the Buddha in two categories. The teachings of the Buddha given to the general public, and the teachings of the Buddha given to the individual people. And this second one, the teachings that are given to the individual, is very much in the Vajrayana teachings very much belongs to that second categories. And so that's also I mentioned yesterday. Then I went through to talk about in the Mahayana tradition, putting the teachings of the Buddha within the three categories: first, second, and third turning of the will of the Dharma. And first, second, third turning of the will of the Dharma. First, second, not in the sense of chronological, but in the sense of they're divided according to the subject matters. According to the subject matters, and that is also quite important. And the second and third turning of the will of the Dharmas. Sutras belongs to, within those two turning of the will of the Dharmas, those sutras are Mahayana sutras. Theravadan tradition teachers may not see those teachings are directly taught by the historical Buddha. And among those sutras belongs to those two turning of the will of the Dharma, second and third. Among them, in terms of the subject matter, there are different subjects, and particularly the connection that our topic, Buddhist Vajrayana teachings, has a strong connection with the third turning of the will of the Dharma. Because in the third turning of the will of the Dharma, there are a group of sutras, explains different layers of mental states, such as the nature of the mind, the fundamental nature of the mind, and so on and so forth, which are not explicitly explained in the sutras, belongs to the second turning of the will of the Dharma. Although the topic, subject matter, the sutras that belongs to the second turning of the will of the Dharma is extremely important. It is extremely important to the Vajrayana practice. But some of those, explanation about the fundamental nature of the mind, which explain in the sutras in the third turning of the will of the Dharma, are not explicitly mentioned in the second turning of the will of the Dharma. That is also quite useful, helpful to be aware of, to look at this topic, Vajrayana, Buddhist Vajrayana. So those are briefly to recap what I said last night. Okay. So now I'm going to build on that. Today, the first thing I want to start my talk. Why? First of all, why do we need religion in our lives? Why do we need, if we use the religion same as spirituality, although there are some scholars may differentiate spirituality and religion, but some they say same, but they, for the time being, treated as the same. And why do we need spirituality in our lives? And that question is a very, very important question to try to address as much as we can. Although for some of us it might be too late, we already have taken refuge, and some of us may have taken so many initiations. So, there might be late, but still it is important question to be addressed sincerely, genuinely, and as detailed as possible. Why do we need religion in life? From that question, then the second thing is, why do I need to follow? Why I'm interested in Buddhism? Among the different religions, spiritual traditions, why I'm interested in Buddhism? And that is, the second question. And then, if we narrow down why I'm interested within the Buddhism, why I'm interested in, the Mahayana Buddhism. Then third, next one is why I'm interested in the Vajrayana Buddhism. So those are the questions which is quite, for example, the first question, why do I need religion? If we don't address that question very well, then at some stage this will, bite us. Then we may think, I wasted my time. There's a risk to reach that kind of conclusion. And I'm not going to say this is your reason, because I don't know. I know my reason because I was born in that kind of tradition, that kind of culture. I didn't get any chance to address that question. I was born in a Tibetan family, and that is the Tibetan culture. There's no other option. And when I was 13, I became monk. Part of becoming monk is part of my parents' decision, part of my decision, and it is not good reason why I become monk, because I don't want to go to school. And when I was 17 once, and when I was 24 or 5, 25, 26 years old, I had life crisis with being monk. So I tried twice. I seriously tried to leave, monastic lifestyle. And but somehow I survived up to now. Hopefully I will survive now. So I didn't get that chance. But you all had chance, had chance or opportunity, particularly to taking the teachings of the Buddha as your spiritual journey. And it is very important to address that question very genuinely, very seriously, and as detailed as possible. More you try to address that question, hopefully more you will convince, first of all, having some kind of spirituality in your life is something meaningful, and selecting or taking the teachings of the Buddha among the spiritualities, have more sort of deeper satisfaction, fulfillment, if we try to address that question more detailedly and seriously. So that's a very important one. Very important one. For example, a person who has taken teachings of the Buddha very seriously. And as I mentioned yesterday evening and just this morning briefly touched on, teachings of the Buddha has a huge range of different teachings and practices, from a simple, and a very sophisticated Vajrayana. Why I am not satisfied just to have a simple Buddhist teachings and practices? Why do I need to go very complicated, very sophisticated, very messy Buddhist teachings and practices like Vajrayana? These are not like going into supermarket You know, if you go in the supermarket, when you reach, for example, occasionally I do, when I go to supermarket in the end of my road, the place where I live, there's a big, big Tesco. You know. And one time I just, out of my curiosity, I counted how many different types of milk is there. At certain stage I lost the counting. So many different types of milk. Shelves after shelves. You know. So coming here, choosing, selecting the teachings of Buddha is not like the going into supermarket, you know, selecting particular, you know, atoms that you want to buy. It is a coming, you know, having spirituality, and in this case, the teachings of the Buddha, you know, when you, I'll say this. When you join, or when you decided to take the teachings of the Buddha as your spiritual journey, these different traditions or different stages of the teachings of the Buddha have some form of structure, some form of sequence. You know, it is not like a selecting from bit here, bit there, and you know, it is not like that. It is really has some kind of well-structured, step-by-step training, particularly if you are going to choose the Vajrayana. You know, you can't go straight to say, I'm going to buy soy milk, like in the Vajrayana section. It is not like that. It is a natural process that we need to follow, train ourselves. So that it is clearly, again and again, clearly mentioned in the Vajrayana teachings. People who are interested and they want to follow the teachings belongs to the Vajrayana, those people should be trained from the basic teachings of the Buddha, then all the way up to Buddha. I mean, there's nobody is excluded, but if you are interested there, it is wise, it is the best way. You should train from the basic teachings of the Buddha and then gradually move on upward. You know? And that is something quite useful. For example, in the I'm rushing a little bit. First, look at the Buddhist traditions, existing Buddhist traditions. You know, there are Buddhist traditions where there's no Vajrayana tradition, like Theravada tradition, and there are Buddhist traditions, you know, that have Vajrayana practice, like some of the Japanese, some of the Korean, some of the Chinese, and also some of the Vietnamese and Tibetans. They all have some form of Vajrayana teachings and practices. That's the one category. And in this category, like Thai tradition, Burmese tradition, do not have any Vajrayana element in their Buddhist tradition or Buddhist teachings. So if you look at it here, in these traditions, you know, where they have Vajrayana teachings and practices, again, you know, there are varieties of what you call the teachings and practices of Vajrayana. Although I haven't learned, I haven't studied, you know, Japanese Buddhist tradition or Korean Buddhist tradition. Some of the books that I've read explaining those traditions, and what I know, what is available in the Tibetan Buddhist traditions, again you will see the varieties, the differences. So now my talk, and as you all know, is very much from the Tibetan Buddhist traditions, Tibetan Buddhist Vajrayana traditions, explanation of Vajrayana teachings and practices, and that's what here we are going to focus on. Now, in the Tibetan Buddhist traditions, the Vajrayana teachings and practices are available, taught, all for Tibetan Buddhist schools. Nyingma, Kagyu, Sakya, and Gelu. All those 4 schools of Tibetan Buddhism have the teachings of the Vajrayana. And have the teachings of the Vajrayana, all these 4 schools of Tibetan Buddhism, so the first stop here. Now, then if you look at in the Nyingma tradition, which has a whole structure of the Vajrayana teachings and practices, there's one very helpful, what's called structure mentioned in the Nyingma tradition, particularly in the Great Perfection tradition, Dzogchen tradition. This structure will be very, very useful, so therefore I'm going to say a few words on this structure. The structure is this. They explain technically called 9 vehicles. 9 vehicles, 9 yana in Sanskrit. The Tegwa Rinpoche in Tibetan. 9 stages of vehicles. Vehicles, or you can say the methodology, you can say the means, the vehicles, and 9 explained 9 stages. So we are going to look at briefly on these 9 stages, and this will give us how the Vajrayana practice and the teachings are given, among within the teachings of the Buddha, within the teachings of the Buddha, and this will give us very clear structure. So what are those 9 vehicles? 9 vehicles are divided into 3 categories, 3 sections. The first 3 vehicles are, called Sutrayana vehicles, Sutrayana vehicles, and the first 3 are called, first one is called listener vehicle, listener, I'm translating directly from Tibetan, listener. Second one, second vehicle is called in Tibetan, in English, in English, solitude realizer, solitude realizer, solitude realizer. And third vehicle is called Bodhisattvayana vehicle, which is not translated into, or universal vehicle, if you want to translate in English, universal vehicle. So those are the first three vehicles. Sometimes in Sanskrit, what's called I can't remember the Sanskrit terms. Anyway, those 3 vehicles: listener, solitude realizer, and universal vehicle, Bodhisattvayana vehicle. Those are the first 3 vehicles. So what's the difference? So the first 3 vehicles. Now I'm going to explain a little bit explain the topic, the subject. The heroes the main focus of the teachings and practices in that vehicle is like the Four Noble Truths. Like the Four Noble Truths. The second vehicle, solitude realizer vehicle, or in Sanskrit, Patyaka Buddha vehicle, jnana. The main teachings and practices are the 12 links of dependent origination, forward order and the reverse order of the 12 links of dependent origination. That topic is a little bit extended topic from the first one, that is the Four Noble Truths. So the first two vehicles out of three, first two vehicles, listener and solitude realizer vehicles, and those practitioners who are in these two vehicles, they may, in terms of the teachings that they receive, in terms of the main practice they do, are on those two topics, Four Noble Truths and 12 links of dependent originations. Then the third one, which is the Bodhisattva. So the main topic and main subject in the Bodhisattva, cultivation of enlightenment, mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta, and engaging in six perfections. Engaging in six perfections. Those are the main teachings and main practices people who are in the Bodhisattva. So a person, he or she is going to train in the later coming six vehicles. He or she should train his or her mind in this first three, the different teachings, Four Noble Truths, 12 links of dependent originations, and bodhicitta and six perfections. I'm keeping very, very simple to understand what we are talking about. And those are the first three jhanas, vehicles. Then next three jhanas or vehicles are called outer vehicles. Outer outer vehicles. So the first three outer vehicles in the second group is called Kriya, Charya, and Yoga. Kriya, these are Sanskrit terms, or in English, action, performance, and yoga. The third one is not translated into English. So these are the first three, the second three in the second group, second three jhanas: action, performance, and yoga. And these three jhanas belongs to Vajrayana teachings, practices. For example, the difference between these three jhanas, action, performance, and yoga. The action teachings and practices within the action tantra, or action jhana, action tantra, are much simpler than the teachings and practices taught in the performance. And it is the same, teachings and practices belongs to the performance tantra, is much simpler compared to the yoga, so yoga, the third one, yoga, tantra, yoga tantra. So those are the three outer jhana, outer vehicles, which is in the second group of, second group. All those three Vajrayana teaching, Vajrayana, the teachings and practices belongs to these three yanas are Vajrayana teachings and the Vajrayana practices. Deities are deities are simpler compared to the coming three yanas, last three yanas. Deity belongs to the, for example, action tantra. Most of the action tantra deities are just have a one face, two arms, not many faces, not many arms, not without any concert, simple, single, solitude deity. We may have somewhere here, like for example, there's a Amitabha, and there's a Tara, one Tara, and also there's a medicine Buddha. So those are the Kriya Tantra. You can see a very simple, not sophisticated, not so many faces, not so many arms, and so forth. It is the same in the other deities. So this I'll come later. Now first I want to deal with those three yanas. So a practitioner who wants to move from the previous three teachings and practices, belongs to the previous three yanas. When he or she feels that he or she would like to move further, then the first step will be these three steps: kriya, action, performance, and yoga. Then last three comes. Last three are called, these three are not translated into English. Maha, Anu, and Ati. Maha, Anu, Ati. Those are the last three yanas. Maha, Anu, and Ati. So I'm at this stage I'm using, as I said, as I started to explain this, I'm using the Nyingma traditions terminology. That's important to remember that. Out of the four schools of Tibetan Buddhism, all schools, four schools, have Vajrayana teachings and practices. My present, what I'm talking about, belongs to the Nyingma tradition. In the Nyingma tradition, in particular in the Dzogchen tradition, they talk about these 9 yanas. An individual person who wants to practice Dzogchen tradition, which is the last one out of those 9, the last one, which is Ati Yoga, he or she, they said, he or she should follow these stages, not to jump to the last one. So that is why my reason why I'm saying these, why I'm going through these 9 yanas. So the last 3 yanas, I'm not going to talk that much at this stage. We may touch on tomorrow. But at the moment, what I'm doing that is just to let you know, Buddhist Vajrayana teachings and practices are not given randomly, not given just according to the individual's interest. Traditionally, it is given in a very structured, well-structured manner. This is the example, these 9 yanas, where they taught the tradition. And also, for example, in the Gelug tradition, the tradition that I follow, Tsongkhapa clearly stated many of in his teachings, in this, among many of his teachings, one short teachings called Foundation of All Good Qualities. It is written in the verses. And it is some kind of like a, the traditionally called, the stages to enlightenment. So going to where to start and how to, what are the procedures and where we're going to end. So, and this text, short text, it is a very short text in a verse called Foundation of All Qualities. And there's a verse. In the middle of that text, there's a verse. And the verse, first I'll state in Tibetan, Tumong Namjang Mandu Gyurena, Tewakun, Chotu Dojiti, Gesa Jive Jungo, Tambade, Dela Nutu, Chingilo. Tewakun, Chotu Dojiti. The Vajrayana vehicle, which is the highest or supreme among the different vehicles. Vehicles in the sense of teachings, the methodology that the Buddha taught us to be liberated. And the term here is used, vehicle, which is direct translation from Tibetan. Tibetan vehicle in Tibetan word is tekpa. Tekpa has several different meanings. It has a meaning of support, supporting. It has a meaning of the ability to carry. It has a meaning of moving to one stage to another stage. So this word in Tibetan tekpa, and in Sanskrit yana, and it is translated in English vehicle. Not automobile, but it is called a vehicle. So the meaning here, and we can use as I prefer to use like methodology. What is the method if I want to liberate from samsara? What is the method? And the methods are given into these different stages, like the 9 yanas. Those are also 9 different methods. And so what Geshe said, among these different methodology that Buddha taught, the Vajrayana is the supreme or the highest, or the highest or the supreme methodology or vehicle. And a practitioner who is interested to adopt, to take that vehicle, Vajrayana vehicle, he or she has to practice all the common teachings and practices. Tumong Namjang. Tumong Namjang Mondo Gyurena. That means preceded in practicing all the common teachings and practices. The common teachings and practices as with these among those 9 yanas, which we had a discussion just a few minutes ago. First 3, those out of the 9, first 3 vehicles are called common vehicles, common teachings and practices. So Geshe said, if somebody who is interested in practicing the supreme vehicle of Vajrayana, he or she should proceed, and he or she should have done or train his or her mind within the common teachings, After that, then if he or she is interested in the supreme vehicle of Vajrayana, which is some of those fortunate people will enter, then he or she can enter into that vehicle. So that is again very clear indication. If somebody who is interested in the Vajrayana teachings and practices seriously, out of curiosity is different. Seriously want to take the Vajrayana teachings as his or her spiritual journey, then he or she should train his or her mind in the common teachings. And that's really something useful to bear in mind, to remember that. The people who have already taken Vajrayana teachings and practices, still we should, spend time to train ourselves, to train our mind, some of those common teachings and practices, like the Four Noble Truths, like the 12 links of dependent origination, like the meditation, cultivation of bodhicitta, and the perfection of 6 perfections. Those are the what I usually call, those are the building blocks of the Vajrayana teachings and practices. If we don't have those, if our minds are not trained, with these teachings and practices, our Vajrayana practice may become pure fantasy, mental activities. And that is really important to remember. Okay, I'm saying too much blah blah. So first, just in the form of resting, shall we say a few mantra together, and then I will continue. So the 6th syllable mantra, Mantra, you can chant with me, or you can just rest while I'm chanting. It is up to you. So we have about 15 minutes to continue my talk. And what I'm going to do here, first just to summarize what I've said so far. The point what I've made here is, in certain extent, prerequisite to do the Vajrayana practice. You know, that if somebody who is interested in the Vajrayana practice, you know, that any form of Vajrayana practice, among the Vajrayana practice, as you saw, there are, you know, the different stages. Any form of Vajrayana practice that he or she is seriously want to take into practice, his or her own, you know, personal practice, what are the prerequisites? What are the, you know, the preparation that he or she should do? And that is what I'm talking about. Giving those 9 yanas sounds quite technical. You know, if you later on you can add it on what to explore further what is the meaning of these 9 vehicles. And you know, of course, we are in the 21st century, and where the teachings, Vajrayana teachings are now we are talking about, we are started in India, and some of them come to Tibet and developed according to the Tibetan needs, Tibetan culture, that at that time, that moment, you know, to these different mental dispositions. Now we are talking about, you know, Buddhist Vajrayana to the Westerners, you know, who don't have that kind of cultural background, that kind of social background, and you know, of course, modification can be made and should be made, you know, because of encountering with other cultural background, mental, different mental dispositions, and also but modification should be done not in a form of, you know, what's called simply to please the followers. And that is, if you do that modification with that kind of mental state, in that kind of intention, then modification may become more like a, you know, delusion. You know. Here, what is important is try to keep, try to hold, try to keep, try to preserve the essence, the key factors, key elements, then to add it to change the needs of the people in this 21st century for Westerners. And to do that, it is not just the people like me talking, giving talk and how to do the modification. It is also taking into account it is the combination of two from both sides. Be fully aware of, if we want to make modification for the 21st century, the Vajrayana teachings, for the Westerners, how we should make the modification without losing some of the key elements. If we lose some of the key elements, then the modification is not right modification. So that's what I'm saying, some of these technical terms, like nine yanas and so on and so forth. It is not just, for our own benefits, it is also the benefits for the coming generations. Your generation is the generation which is in the middle. Because like the people who follow the Tibetan Buddhism or people who follow Theravada Buddhism, your generation has the opportunity, chance to listen for the Tibetan teachers, those qualified teachers, if you follow Tibetan tradition. So maybe next generation, the generation after you or after that generation, the Westerners will listen, receive teachings from the Westerners. And that juncture is crucial. I think I see very, very crucial generation to make that, connection. And His Holiness the Dalai Lama says very often, why Tibetan Buddhism, has this, very vast amounts of amazing Indian masters' teachings and practices managed to hold in Tibetan Buddhist tradition because of that, the crucial moment when Buddhism came to Tibet. Some of great, great Indian masters came to Tibet, not Shankaracharya, not Kamalashira, not Atisha. Some great, great Indian masters coming from Nalanda University, Kamalashira University, coming from those very well-established Buddhist institutions, and some of the top Indian masters coming to Tibet, and they instructed how to structure it. Although there was struggle, there was a period of time, a sort of disagreement, but overall, because of these great teachers who are very experienced, they came to Tibet and gave the instruction how to structure it. So, and I can see this is the same in here. The Tibetan Buddhism, particularly the Tibetan Buddhism coming to West, is just less than 30, 40 years, not more than that. Very, very young. And therefore, at this stage, it's very, very important how Tibetan Buddhism is going to transmit into West and how it's going to continue in the future generations. If we missed, if we destroy at this stage, the distortion will continue in the future. So therefore, sometimes it is quite hard to listen some of this very traditional way of presenting, but also quite useful to understand, okay, this is the structure. If I'm interested in the Vajrayana, this is the structure, how, traditionally taught. And you are fully aware of that. So that when somebody start to say, no, you can do Vajrayana practice without any prerequisites, you are fully aware of that. that's not the case. That's really, I think, I find very crucial to yourself, crucial to future generation, to have the, what you call the, Now, then I'm going to move before, now we have just 5 minutes, then we're going to have the tea break. Now, Vajrayana teachings, as I mentioned briefly earlier, Vajrayana teaching itself is, now I'm going to use the tradition that I'm familiar with. The previous one is I taught on the Nyingma tradition. Now I'm going to talk in the tradition that I am familiar with, that is in the Gelug tradition, Tsongkhapa's tradition. Vajrayana teaching itself is explained in these four schools of Vajrayana. You will see exactly the same what we just looked at the 9 yana. You don't need to write that, but now I'm using the term that I'm familiar with. Four schools of Vajrayana teachings and practices. And ideally, if somebody is interested in the Vajrayana, ideally start with the first school, which is called action. Earlier that you have written out of those in the middle, 9 yanas, the first, middle 3, the action, performance, and yoga. Ideally, start from action if you are interested, if you are prepared to receive the Vajrayana teachings and practices. Ideally, start from the action, because there the commitments are simpler. As I mentioned earlier, the deities that you are going to visualize are simpler. Like, for example, Medicine Buddha. If you visualize Medicine Buddha, apart from the color, it's like the Buddha. Very simple. In terms of taking vows, you don't need to take Tantric vows. And that is what Geshe Tashi clearly advised. Before taking high circle Tantra initiation, practitioner should train himself or herself. At least one of the deity belongs to first 3 schools of Vajrayana, either action, performance, or yoga. What is going to happen? Why is that so important? Because when we start to train ourselves, start to train our mind to visualize, to do the visualization, simple form of deity visualization is more straightforward compared to deity which has many faces, which has many arms, which has many hands. It is common sense. That if you want to drive Ferrari or those fast car, first you should learn to drive simple, manual car with this manual gear. Then you are prepared to do that. And it is exactly the same. Training is exactly the same. So that's why here we can see in the Vajrayana, those 4 schools of Vajrayana teachings and practices. Although individual may want to practice high yoga deity, usually that's our human nature, don't we? We have this nature, we want best, fastest, cheapest, what his Honor says, and a few other things. That's a human nature. I'm not saying that's wrong, having that kind of nature. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not saying that's a mistake. But if we follow only that, not taking into account what are the consequences, then we may find ourselves in a trouble, in a difficult situation. So ideally to have if somebody is ready to practice bhajan after training, all the preparations are done, then receiving a initiation from a teacher, which I'm going to talk in my next stage, in one of those lower schools of Tantra, ideally Kriya Tantra. Then spend maybe at least few years with that particular deity, visualization, meditation, recitation. Then if he or she is ready to move to Hatha Yoga, that will be the ideal way to do it. Okay? So now is the ideal way to have a cup of tea. Shall we do a short silent meditation before we start talking on the topic? And the meditation will be the same purpose, gradually to enhance, to further develop a calm, clear, focused mind through the cultivation of stillness and clarity. And do a short silent meditation. session will last until 1. If we need a short break, we'll do it again with a short mantra station. So this session I would like to start my talk. First, the meaning or etymology behind these terms that refers to this practice, like Vajrayana, Mantrayana, Tantrayana. There are these different terms I use to refers to these sets of practices and the teachings in Sanskrit. And sometimes it's quite useful to look at the etymology, behind these different terms. For example, mantrayana, mantra, this Sanskrit term. I'm not expert in Sanskrit at all, but reading the texts, mana, in Sanskrit, mantra. Mana refers to the mind, our mind, any form of mind, any kind of mind. Mantra. Tra has a connotation of protection. So the mantrayana refers to, the yana or methodology, the vehicle, methodology or the means and methods that protects our minds, that mantrayana, that's the what's called the etymology or connotation of that Sanskrit term. So then, what's the unique way of Vajrayana and Mantrayana teachings protect our minds? All the teachings of the Buddha, teach to protect our minds, thoughts, emotions, protect from those distorted mental states, like, attachment, aversion, ignorance, jealousy, envy, some of those distorted mental states that we have. So all the teachings of the Buddha, like from the Four Noble Truths, Buddha's first teaching, to all the way up to like the highest yoga tantra teaching, they all are taught to protect our minds from these afflictions, from these delusions, or from these distorted mental states. Then what is the unique? What's the unique in the Vajrayana teachings to protect our minds from these? And this is what sometimes quite useful to know. Yes, all the teachings of the Buddha, are designed to protect our minds from these afflictions, from these distorted mental states. There's no doubt with that. But the teachings and the practices within the Vajrayana, and particularly, out of those four schools of Vajrayana, four classes of Vajrayana, the highest yoga tantra, particularly highest yoga tantra, teachings and practices has a unique way to protect our minds, thoughts, emotions from the afflictions, from the delusions. So this is which I'm going to say briefly here, which is useful in the coming sessions, our discussion. First I will say in Tibetan. Yi Tamil Yi Nangshin Le Gyoba. Yi literally it means the mind, our mind. Yi. Tamil Tamil can be translated into English, ordinariness, ordinary, Tamil. Nangshin, Nawa, the Shamba, Nawa can be translated in English. Appearances, Shamba can be translated as what's called grasping. Joba, protecting. So now the whole meaning, protect our minds. Tantric practice, particularly high yoga tantric practice, protect our minds from the appearances and the graspings of ordinariness. I'll come to say a little bit further that. So the Vajrayana teachings and practices, particularly out of those 4 classes, the last one, high yoga tantra. High yoga tantra teachings and practices protect our minds from the appearances and the graspings of the ordinariness. So that is what here, the mantra yana, the meaning of mantra, the meaning of the mantra or the connotation or the etymology, the protecting our minds. So how, although all the teachings of the Buddha protect our mind from the delusion, from the affliction, but then what is the unique in the Vajrayana? The uniqueness in the Vajrayana, protecting our mind, is the teachings and practices are designed to protect our mind from the appearances and the graspings of the ordinariness. This will be very, very useful if you keep it in your mind for our later coming discussion. So, appearances and the graspings. Our sense consciousnesses, as well as our mental consciousnesses, goes towards external things like the 5 sense objects, shapes, colors, smells, taste, tactile, and so forth. Appearance, those are the appearances, including our mental consciousness, past memories, future hopes, so on and so forth. All those, the thinking, hoping, grasping, those are appearances. Appear those things. When they appear to our minds, shapes, colors, smell, taste, hopes, all those, and then we have grasping. Follow. What appear to us, then our mind follow to grasp. Either want more or want to reject. There's this, the dichotomy. Certain stage, certain appearances, we want more, we want to hold on. Certain appearances, we want to reject. And that is the meaning of grasping. In Tibetan, Shamba. Nawada Shamba. And this is how our life is structured. These appearances and the grasping. Many of those are just, they're like going into big supermarket, seeing all different kind of things. Some of them we hold. We hold on, then we look at, then we play with that. Certain cases in the mental level and certain level, actually we play with that. See it's very important to have in our lives, or see it as something we want to be, run away from that. It's difficult to run away sometimes. So that is what appearances and the grasping. And for us, at this stage, all these appearances and graspings that we have in the sense of ordinariness. Ordinariness. This is again very loaded terminology. Ordinariness, which needs lots of explanation. Lots of explanation. It is not just the ordinariness, Tamil and Tibetan. It is not just ordinariness as this table is just made of, I don't know what, fabric or something like that, and they have a nice brocade on top of this, and so not just like that as in a sense of ordinariness. It also plays with our mental states, with our conceptual mind, with our culture, with our social background. All those things have an impact. In fact, really, some of the modern, the social theorists, they believe, they see, that even before we were born, we are already cultured by the existing, what we have as a culture, in this case, 21st century. A child who is in the mother's womb at this time, who is already cultured, who is already influenced by the existing technology. He or she is not free from existing technology. Although he or she is in the mother's womb, it is already, his or her life is already empowered by the modern technology. The moment he was born, or while the child was in mother's womb, modern technology is influenced his or her life. So in certain extents, we are not free from the culture, existing cultures, existing whatever is there outside. So in certain extents, we are the product. When I say we are, I'm not talking about our physical, I'm not talking about only our physical world, physical life. Our mental world is product of existing culture. So that means we are not free from the existing culture. And that is really something important in here, when we say appearances and graspings. Our appearances, what's outside there, and our grasping that we have towards those appearances are also not our own sort of, we have, it's not we have that much freedom or to grasp on the appearances. It's already, ready-made for us, and not easy to come out from those appearances and the graspings. So this here, the ordinariness, the meaning of ordinariness has a very, very profound meaning. And the Vajrayana teachings and practices help us to come out from that appearances and the graspings of the things and events that we interact in our daily lives. From our thinking mind to our physical world. All these, individually and collectively, our appearances and graspings are really powerful, extremely powerful, how to shape our lives, to shape our day-to-day activities. And these teachings and practices, particularly Hausa, to really to give us an opportunity to reshape, to us to extract from those appearances and the graspings, and to reshape a new model. And that is what here the meaning of protecting. meaning of it. And that's quite useful to bear in mind. Yeah? Another term here is used, Vajrayana, which I will spend a little bit of time on that, and I'll move on from there. Vajrayana. And this Vajra, the term in Sanskrit, has many different connotations. One of the connotations is inseparable. Inseparable, cannot be separated. So two things, they cannot be separated. So although all the teachings of the Buddha, like for example, it is clearly stated in the Bodhisattva teachings, this great, one of the great Indian masters, 7th century great Indian master, Chandrakirti, great teacher, in one of his texts, Madhyamaka Avatara, Introduction to Middle Way, something translated like that in English. Clearly he stated very nicely with using nice analogies, a bodhisattva, a person who is interested using the bodhisattva and the teachings to cross the ocean of suffering, to cross the ocean of suffering. He or she needs both wings are very strong and healthy, like those birds cross those huge oceans from one end to the other end for their migration. Those birds need both wings are extremely healthy and strong. Otherwise, they are unable to cross just having one wing healthy and strong. So here, what this great master is saying, bodhisattvas, it's nothing to do with the Vajrayana teaching in this case, what he is talking about. A person who is interested in the bodhisattva and the teachings, he or she interested in bodhisattva and the teachings to cross the ocean of samsara, not just his own samsara, the samsaras of the others, sufferings of the others, he or she need both wings very healthy. What are those both two wings? Two wings are technically called methods, or skillful means and the wisdom. Skillful means and the wisdom. On the one wing is called skillful means or methods, commonly translated in Tibetan Pub, and here sherab, translated wisdom. So having both wings of the skillful means and the wings of the wisdom, then the individual can cross the ocean of sufferings. Otherwise cannot be. So this, what's called union or inseparability of the two, the method and the wisdom, are the common in the Buddhist teachings. Not only in the Mahayana or the Bodhisattva or the Vajrayana. But this term in the Vajrayana refers to the Mantrayana, which is used in Sanskrit, Vajrayana. Vajra has many different connotations. In this case, I will translate this inseparability, inseparable. Inseparable of what? Inseparable of method and the wisdom. Inseparable. Inseparable has two meanings, like the two wings. Have to have the two wings healthy, otherwise cannot be crossed the ocean of suffering. In that sense, meaning of inseparable. But inseparable in the case of one has both. One thing, one practice has the both method and the wisdom. And in this case, in the Vajrayana teachings and practices, practice itself has the both method and wisdom. In that case, inseparable. Also, what is inseparable? Well, the term is used exactly the same, skillful means and the wisdom, but what is refers to skillful means and method skillful means and wisdom are different from what I used earlier. in those two wings. Here, I want to again just going to be a little bit technical, but it may be useful in the long term. So I'm going to use the technical terms. First, I would say in Tibetan, kutuk. Ku means the body, tuk means the mind. Kutuk. So somebody who wants to experience, or if I use the term, attain enlightenment. Somebody who wants to attain enlightenment, attaining enlightenment or experiencing enlightenment has two main things. Two things are body and the mind. Body and the mind. So having achieved or attain or experience the enlightened body and the mind. To achieve or to attain or to experience enlightened body and mind, he or she has to create the causes of the enlightened body and the mind. Without creating the causes, nobody will experience the result of enlightened body and the mind. And that is the standard Buddhist philosophy. If you start from the Four Noble Truths, and here what we have is body, is mind. What we have is the result of some of the previous actions. And what we are doing here, our daily activities, are the creating the causes later to have body and mind. In this case, unenlightened, because our actions are unenlightened actions. When I say unenlightened, in the sense of many of our actions that we do, although we say, yeah, I know what I'm doing, but many of those we don't know what we are doing. At least deep down, there's a confusion, there's a distorted mental state according to the teachings of the Buddha. So, created causes which are created by these kind of unclear, distorted mental state. The result is this, unenlightened. Similar to that, if somebody would like to experience enlightened mind and body, he or she has to create the right causes for that result. That is what here the inseparable vajra, yana, the methods which are inseparable to the individual to experience the body, enlightened body and the mind. And that's what meaning of vajra yana. The teachings in the High Soka Tantra, teachings in the Tantras are the teachings and the practices which help us to experience or to obtain or to attain the Buddha's enlightened mind and body. In those teachings and practices, the causes to experience Buddha's mind and body, those teachings and practices are inseparable. The causes to experience those two resulted. So I didn't manage to say very clearly. I want to say this again. Just pause a few seconds. Calm down. Because I have a habit to say blah 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 without pausing. Okay, now what I'm talking about is I'm explaining kind of etymology or the connotation of this term called vajra yana. The yana we already have. It means means or methods or methodology or vehicle. Those are the English translation. So now we are looking at the first one, Vajra. Vajra has a many different connotation. In this case, I will translate. I will use the connotation of inseparable. Inseparable. What kind of inseparable that we are talking about? Inseparable, directly now. Inseparable, the causes and conditions, the individuals to obtain, individuals to experience enlightened mind and the body. Inseparable in that sense. Then we will see this later, more detail about when we look at more detail. So two things so far what I said. Connotation or the etymology of mantrayana and the connotation or etymology of vajrayana. Behind those two, two terms, connotation, what we have got quite good meaning of what vajrayana teaches us. What vajrayana teachings and practices help us. Mantrayana, as we talk about, protecting our minds from the appearances and the graspings of ordinariness. That's the mantrayana. So the second one, vajrayana, the teachings and practices that create, which are inseparable of the causes and conditions us to experience enlightened mind and body. And that is the meaning, connotation of vajrayana. Okay? So we have short mantra station for my rest. Then I will continue. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So remaining 20 minutes. I'm going to talk on, in my talk, I'm going to move on further. So then, what is unique? What is the unique, practices and the teachings and practices in the Vajrayana practice, in the Vajrayana? Another question can be asked, saying, is there any further profundities and what you call the understanding in the Vajrayana teachings, in the Vajrayana, in terms of the cultivation of bodhicitta and in terms of cultivation of understanding of emptiness, wisdom realizing emptiness, And these are some kind of important questions to be asked, and try to answer the questions. Is there difference? Is there any difference in the Vajrayana, such as bodhicitta, cultivation of bodhicitta, such as development of wisdom realizing emptiness? Is there more profound emptiness to be realized in the Vajrayana? Is there profound bodhicitta can be experienced in the Vajrayana? Or there isn't? There isn't any more profound, there isn't any more, depth in terms of the experience, experiencing bodhicitta and emptiness. And the usual answer is this: there's no further sort of emptiness to be realized in the Vajrayana. There isn't any further bodhicitta can be cultivated, in the Vajrayana than what is taught in the Bodhisattvayana. What is taught, what is experienced, what is realized in terms of the emptiness, in terms of the bodhicitta, in the Bodhisattvayana teachings, in the Bodhisattvayana teachings, it is exactly the same. What is taught, what is explained, and what is experienced in terms of the bodhicitta, in terms of the understanding of emptiness in the Vajrayana. And that is something quite useful to remember, bear in mind. As I earlier briefly touched on, this time I'm going to use a Tibetan expression, which is quite a nice expression. Before 1959, we Tibetans don't have many different types of cakes that you have. There's only one cake. In Tibetan, it is called tu. It's a very strange word term. It is made of dry cheese, powdered cheese, dried powdered cheese made of. But it is also, within that, in the main substance is this dry powdered cheese. But that cheese is, dry powdered cheese is made rich and made very delicious, with the butter and the sugar. When the butter and the sugar are added, that dry cheese becomes Tibetan cake. Without the butter and the sugar, it is just dry cheese. No, it's not cake. Doesn't have any, just only have a cheese taste, doesn't have delicious taste. And the Tibetan expression goes with that. Without the cheese, without the butter and the sugar, it is not cake, it is just lump of cheese. And this is what the Tibetan teachers use these analogies to explain this at this juncture. Without the cultivation of bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness, which are taught in the Bodhisattva teachings, without those two, whatever vajrayana practice that you do, it is just pure imagination. Just imagination. There's no substance. Like the dry cheese, without butter and sugar, not cake. And that analogy is very, very important for us to remember. You know, this will get clearer later. You know, how important, you know, in the Vajrayana practices when we do having these two elements, bodhicitta and wisdom, realizing emptiness. You know, without these two in our Vajrayana practice, all our Vajrayana practices are just pure imagination. Like you know, these days we have so many different cartoons. You know, you can look at and you can watch it, you can follow. The other day, while I was in India, I went to see some of my relatives in South India, and you know, some of my nieces and nephews. Like here, you know, they all have iPad connected with the outside, you know, internationally in their age, playing with the game. You know, all these. Some figures are very fearful figures. Some are very nice, you know, scenarios, what's called scenes and so on. So it's just pure, you know, screen, nothing real, essay, real or anything. Although the children, they are very excited, they are very, you know, or sometimes when they lost their game, very disappointed. When they make the point, they are very excited, you know. Sometimes even the food is in front of them, they completely ignore it. They just want to, you know. So the Vajrayana practices, without those two, bodhicitta and emptiness, wisdom, understanding of emptiness, it is like those children playing those games. And you are excited, you are disappointed, your visualization is very good, you are excited. Your visualization didn't go well today, you are completely disappointed, but in reality there's no progress in the spiritual journey. So these two are very, very crucial. Very, very crucial. And these two are taught in the Bodhisattva teaching. There's no any extra explanation. There's no any extra, you know, the realization to be realized in relation to these two within the Vajrayana. So then the question is, then what is unique in the Vajrayana teachings and practices? Uniqueness comes from methodology, the method that they use to enhance these two. And that is the unique in the Vajrayana practice, particularly in the High Yoga Tantra practice. The method that they use. And that is the unique. Not as main substances. Main substances is common to the Vajrayana as well as in the Bodhisattva. So this that we are going to look at a little bit. Jump a little bit quickly. Maybe I should say a little bit in this before I go to the next. Then another question is there higher enlightenment to be experienced in the Vajrayana than enlightenment that we can experience in the Bodhisattva? No. It is same attainment. If you follow just pure, I mean there are argument, there are debate, this will not going to resolve forever. So, whether somebody can experience enlightenment, full enlightenment, without relying on the Vajrayana teachings, that debate will continue. I have no answer to that question, yes or no. But what is important here is, in terms of what is explained, full enlightenment in the Bodhisattva and the teachings, that enlightenment is exactly the same enlightenment what is explained in the Vajrayana. Although some of those enlightened figures in the Vajrayana, quite different figures, figure in terms of the images, different from what we will see in the Bodhisattva, but actual qualities is concerned. One is not higher than the other. It is the same. It is the same. The enlightenment, what is explained in the Bodhisattva, the resultant, it is the same enlightenment, what is explained in the Vajrayana. Unlike what is explained in the liberation, no, I'm not good. It's too much information. Sometimes not good. Although information is good, but too much information is not good. So that is one thing which try to remember. Okay. Now I'm going to move to next stage. So, if the substances, like the bodhicitta, like the emptiness, wisdom realizing emptiness, is no different from the Vajrayana. In the Vajrayana is no different from the Bodhisattva. Then the question, as I mentioned earlier, what is unique? The uniqueness comes from the methodology, the method that they use. And in this case, I'm going to say some kind of what's called a technical term, which is quite important, and then I will explain the detail in the next program, next session. So the technical term is this: 4 complete purities. The 4 complete purities, and this which need to look at a little bit detail. It is technical term. 4 complete purities. 4 complete purities. In Tibetan, Yongdak Shi, Yongsutang Shi, Yongsutang Shi. 4 complete purities. The first complete purity is the complete purity of environment. And the complete purities of environment. I will talk on detail on this later. The second is the complete purity of body. Complete purity of body. And the third is the complete purity of resources. Complete purity of resources. And the fourth, the complete purity of activities. Complete purity of activities. So these are very technical terms, but when we look at, a practice of Vajrayana, then we will see the methodology that used in the Vajrayana is a very, very different methodology that used in the Bodhisattva. You will see that. At the moment, some of you may already know, many of us may not know. Don't worry. Things will get clearer when we add it on. At this stage, just use the term. The point what I'm making is, in the Vajrayana methodology they use, the Vajrayana teachings and practices to attain enlightenment is different from the Bodhisattva teachings. And what are the methodology that they use? And these four complete purity will give us the explanation, the methodology that they use, the different methodology that in the Vajrayana teachings and practices use. So that is what here, that four complete purities. Okay. I'll stop here. Oh, yeah. I'm sure you don't want to be here. You want to outside. So this session will last an hour, 2:30 until 3:30. We will start the session once again saying few mantras together. Then I will continue to talk on the topic. Then again, when we start to feel asleep, then again say some mantra to wake us up. Yeah. Just before our lunch break, I touched on those four or five those complete purities. So what does that mean? You know, the complete purity of environment, complete purity of body, complete purity of resources, and complete purity of activities. Now, these four environment, body, resources, and activities are incorporated in the Vajrayana meditation. So as you know, when we do a Vajrayana meditation, it is always, particularly in the early stage, it is always associated with a meditational deity, and the meditation manual, how to do the meditation, how to follow, how to progress. In Sanskrit, it is called sadhana. Sadhana is a meditation manual, how to do the meditation, how to structure, how to progress, and so forth. And it depends on, some are very short, some are very extensive, and depends on who wrote, to whom. You remember yesterday and this morning, this 17th century great Tibetan teacher, he sees the entire Buddhist teachings into those two categories: teachings taught for the public and teachings taught for the individual. So the teachings which taught to the individual, or the Tantra teachings, belongs to that second category, teachings taught for the individuals. And those are, now we need to talk a little bit another background. Those teachings are called Tantra. They are also called Tantra, and in Tibetan they are called Gyu. So in the Tibetan Buddhism, the teachings of the Buddha, the group of a collection of teachings, collection of scripture, where there are 108 volumes. And these 108 volumes are put into many different groups according to the subject matter. One of the groups is called Dodam. Do means the sutra, Gu means the tantra. So in this group, in this category, I don't know exactly how many volumes, according to the Tibetan Buddhism, these volumes in Tantra, Tibetan Gu, are considered or attributed to the historical Buddha. They're saying these are taught by the Buddha himself. But these are taught by Buddha himself, going back to our original discussion, taught by Buddha himself, not to the public, but to the individual. Like, for example, Kalachakra Tantra is taught by Buddha to this particular king, just to that king, Rinpoche. So like that, different tantras are taught to a different person, but for the individual. So from that tantra, from those tantra texts, then experiential masters have wrote and have written this also these days, have wrote meditation manual. Those meditation manuals are based on those tantra, what's called the scripture. But most of the meditation manuals or have been written by those experiential teachers. So that they are called sadhana. In Tibetan, I want to give you a brief. The Tibetan term, it is called, quite interesting term. In the Tibetan, it's quite often that kind of meditation manual. Tibetan, the term is used, dakye. It is very nice. Dakye, it means self-generation. Dak is self, ye means generate. So oneself generate into deity. So based on that meditation manual, and this is general, I'm talking about in general, and not all the meditation manual are dakye, not self-generation, but overall the text, that meditation manual in Sanskrit, what is called sadhana, in Tibetan it's called dakye. Why it's called dakye? Based on that kind of meditation manual, oneself, the meditator, himself or herself, can be risen, can be visualized as a deity. So that's what we call generating self into deity. So this is the etymology, not the main meaning. So the point why I'm raising these texts. So these four purities: environment, body, resource, and activities. These are incorporated within the sadhana, within the meditation manual. So what do you see? What do you see in the meditation manual? Standard, or a standard meditation manual. What you see in that meditation manual, these four things are incorporated within. You will see that, and then you will have the meditation. So take for example, the complete, number two, the complete purity of body. Complete purity of body. In the meditation manual, there will be a section, which we are going to talk a little bit tomorrow, not today. There will be a section that yourself, your body, your entire body is visualized into deity's body. That is what is called, the complete purity of body. And same as your activities. In the sadhana, in the meditation manual, there will be a section saying activities. Activities of, what's called purifying, sentient beings, living beings, and activities, reaching out to the living beings, sentient beings, and so on and so forth. That kind of activities in certain, in the visualization, there's an interaction. Yourself as a deity and the living beings as a, that you are supporting them, you are helping them, and those activities are also there. But all these four things, why they are called complete purity, purity in the sense of initially imagined your body is this particular deity's body, your activities with the living beings are that particular deity's activities, your environment, where what's called the resources, what you eat, what you drink, are the divine activities, divine things. To your environment, which involves the mandala, the divine, palace, if you use that term. That is also the divine, not ordinary, divine mandala, divine place. So all these are involved in the meditation, which is unique compared to the Bodhisattva. In the Bodhisattva teachings, that kind of activity, that kind of meditation is not mentioned in the Bodhisattva teachings or in the Sutra teachings, that kind of. And therefore, this is considered as a unique methodology in the Vajrayana. Methodology to experience, to actualize enlightenment from right at the beginning. From the right at the beginning, imagining your activities, what you consume, what you use, resources, your body, your environment are enlightened qualities, enlightened body, enlightened activities. I read one book written by, I can't remember his name, a man who did some research on that, and it is very interesting. He said, he touched on this part, because this is a very important part to understand the unique practice in the Vajrayana. And he says, if this kind of explanation is not correctly done, this is like sounds of crazy, schizophrenic. That's what he said. And I think it's a very good point. Recently I watched a documentary on BBC, and they did a research. People nowadays, there are many new hallucination drugs. It's very, some are legal, and extremely powerful, very quick, and it brings lots of interesting things in the head. And this book is written quite some time ago, and this guy mentioned on this connection what I'm talking about now. Imagining you are a divine being, your body is divine body, what you are consuming are the divine resources, what your activities are divine activities, and your abode, where your abode is a divine abode. He says it's similar to that kind of mental illnesses, difficulties. And I think there's a truth in a little bit in there, if we're not very careful how to introduce these kind of practices. That's why, right at the beginning, before I reach here, do you remember? I touched on briefly. Do you remember the Tibetan cave? That's important. That is important. Without those two, it is just dry chips. If you have those two, the sugar and the butter, then it will be cake. That's what is important. So, sorry. So therefore here, the four complete purities are the main building blocks of the sadhana within the meditation manual. So now, why quite often, I think it is written even in this advertisement, when advertise this course, I want to just briefly read that, so have a little bit of fun. I'm not criticizing you. It says this, Introduction to Tantra. Tantra is described as the quickest path to enlightenment in the Buddhist practice. So, quickest path, of course, as As I said earlier, we all want quickest, biggest, cheapest, best, and all of this. There's nothing wrong with it. So now, according to the teachings of the Tantra, why, if we use the Tantric methodology to experience complete enlightenment, why it is the swiftest or quickest? Because right at the beginning, in the meditation, right at the beginning, what is meditated on and what we will achieve as a result of the meditation are very concorded. Very concorded. That's why they say one of the reasons why it is very quick path to enlightenment.
What does it mean, concorded?
Concorded, same.
Some stem, okay.
Good. Concorded, tumma in Tibetan, tumma. What is meditated on and what is a result of the meditation, these two are extremely concorded. What is meditated, although in the initial state it is just in a form of imagination, your body as a divine body, and through that meditation, when we go through different stages, what we are going to end up a divine body. What we are going to have in the meditation, divine activities, helping sentient beings, yourself as a deity through that helping sentient beings. And through that meditation, eventually when you achieve enlightenment, that result will be the activity. That's the one reason why the Vajrayana methodology is quickest methodology to attain enlightenment. That's what is said in here. So another reason why it is extremely powerful or extremely effective to achieve enlightenment, it is because of usage, not just the methodology. These methodology are based on certain facts, and that is the thing. Another reason why it is very powerful, very effective. So what is it? And that is what here we need to talk a little bit about what we have got here, this human body. It is said to practice, particularly the highest yoga tantra, to practice complete and fully the highest yoga tantra, the practitioners' physiology structure should be in a particular physiology structure. And what we have got as human beings, this physical body is the perfect structure, perfect physiology. What we have got with this body is the perfect physiological structure to practice Tantra, particularly High Yoga Tantra. High Yoga Tantra, these meditation manuals, and particularly the later part of the meditation manuals, meditation manuals are in the tradition that I follow, Tsongkhapa's tradition, is generally, particularly High Yoga Tantra, generally divided into two stages. I will not go this today, that's depth. Tomorrow I may touch on that, but today just to briefly mention, put into two stages. The first stage is called generation stage, and the second stage is called completion stage. So the meditation manual is really very much starting from the generation stage to the completion stage. So that it is not just some part of it. And what I'm talking about here is I lost my main connection. That's what happened quite often. After lunch, heavy lunch, big belly and a full belly, lost it. Anyway, so now, what I'm talking about here is this structure of physiology. Physiology structure that human beings have is said the perfect structure, particularly later part of the meditation, later part, in the completion stage meditation. When we normal, our meditation is normal in an imagination level, meditation is moved away from the imagination level to the real. And at that stage, this physical structure is extremely, extremely suitable. So to practice Vajrayana, particularly in the later part of the Vajrayana practice, it said the body structure must have 6 substances. 6 substances. 3 obtained from the mother, 3 obtained from the father. These are the substances, body substances. These body substances are also related to different types of energies in the body. Energies which are located in this particular parts of our body. So that in summary, I will not go into detail today, but in summary, this in Tibetan, Za, Lung, Tigle. Za, nerve, what you call the nervous system, Za. Lung, energies. Tigle, subtle drops, physical drops, subtle drops. So these are the 3 elements, 3 things which are utilized through the meditation. And these are utilized because of having these 6 substances, 3 from mother, obtained from mother, 3 obtained from father. And that kind of physical structure is considered as a most suitable to practice Vajrayana, and particularly Tantra. So that's one thing to just to remind ourselves. Well, in Tibetan, the term is used Nadi come to then the body structure, to practice high circle tantra should be, have those 6 substances, and born as a, through the mother's womb, and to born in that kind of through that, and have those 6 substances. And what these 6 substances will do, these 6 substances will create those 3 elements: nervous system, energy, moving energies, or the nervous system in the sense of channels, sometimes translated channels, which call the energies, and the drops. And these are the substances that are used through the meditation. And that's why, one of the reasons why it's so effective, why it's so powerful. If you remember yesterday, and also this morning I briefly touched on, that some of the description, some of the explanation about our mind, about some of the subtlest minds, which are not explained in the other teaching, other sutras, apart from the Vajrayana sutras, or apart from the Tantra teachings. And this is what here is connected. In the Tantrayana, or in this, in the Vajrayana teachings, there are lots of descriptions, lots of explanations about some of the subtle mental states which are not mentioned in the other Buddhist teachings, in the Bodhisattva teachings, or in the Theravada teachings, or in the Abhidharma text. Although in the Abhidharma text there are lots of explanation about the mind's thoughts, its functions, but some of the explanation that we will gain, that we will obtain from the Vajrayana are not explained in the Sutrayana or in the Bodhisattvayana. So that is what here, quite often, His Holiness the Dalai Lama says this, and I think it is a very important one. He says, if somebody really wants to know the whole picture of our mind, the whole picture of our minds, then it is important to study, to understand entire Buddhist teachings, not just some sections, not just the Abhidharma text, although Abhidharma text has lots of explanations, but also study Abhidharma text, study the Bodhisattva text, also study the Vajrayana text. Some are which not mentioned in the previous two, also mentioned, but it mentioned in the Vajrayana text. And that's what here is also relevant that we are talking about at this stage. To practice Vajrayana in a meditation manual which is incorporated with these four purities: purity of environment, purity of body, purity of resource, purity of activities. To do that kind of meditation, initially in the imagination level, but eventually in a more realistic level, then to do that, the physiology, structure of the physiology must be in this unique physical body. I'll just say a few words, and this may be quite interesting point. According to the minor teachings, of course, this body is called precious human rebirth. Precious human rebirth. It is precious because based on this body, we can do something amazing things like cultivation of bodhicitta, cultivation of realization of emptiness, which are extremely, extremely helpful. What's called things to have based on this body. As this great Indian master Shantideva put it very nicely, saying, "Seduzi, number chokabo, mizan ludilani, yavego, rinjen rinang yuvena, chanju semshicho, ratisong." Based on this body, we can transform. We can transform, this very unenlightened, very unhealthy, very unenlightened mind and body. Based on this body, we can transform into a fully enlightened, fully awakened mind and body. Like using some kind of techniques to transform metals into gold. And that's the analogy that he used. This is what. So this body, this human existence is considered as, the precious human rebirth. But if we think more, the detail based on what kind of substances, what kind of energy, what kind of things that we have, more deeper, using the Vajrayana teachings, we will have further understanding of how important, how precious this body is. That's what here some of the great teachers have said. Okay. short manifestation for more rest. Oh about 20 minutes, then we'll have a break, a little bit of fresh air. Okay. So I'm going to move to another point. So what I'm doing now is really very much touching on some of the jigsaws that then eventually form the practice, Vajrayana practice. And so far, just what I've said in the previous, after lunch, relation to these four complete purities, what I've said is just how the meditation manual, what are within the meditation manual, what things are there in the meditation manuals, and those four purities: environment, body, resource, and activities. Okay? Of course, if you look at some of those extensive meditation manuals, these four are expanded more detail. Some we are going to touch on tomorrow, not any detail, but some I'm going to touch on tomorrow, which is important because in the future, if you want to do a Vajrayana practice based on a particular meditation manual, normally you will see these four impurities. Then you know why you are visualizing divine palace called mandala, having all these different features. Why you are visualizing your body into a divine body. You will know that. Purpose. Then if we know the purpose, then there is a sense of joy to visualize. If we do not know the purpose, then, as I said, this guy who wrote, saying it is like closer to the schizophrenia, that kind of mental illness. So that's really something useful to know that. And just before the mantra recitation, I said that, to practice the Vajrayana practice fully and completely, physiological structure must be in a unique structure, and luckily this human body has got all those structures and substances to practice. Okay, now I'm going to move to called deity yoga. Deity yoga, which is in the meditation manual. Meditation manual is also sometimes called Phai Nyajol in Tibetan. Phai Nyajol, deity yoga. Deity yoga, Nyajol. Yoga, of course, it is a Sanskrit term, yoga, and in Tibetan, yoga is translated in Tibetan Nyajol. So body yoga, physical yoga, and mental yoga, and Lüdi Nyajol, simply Nyajol in Tibetan. Lüdi Nyajol means the yoga physically that we do. Of course, it has, if people who do, good long-term, they have done long-term, physical yoga, will have impact on the mental state. But in the tradition that we are now following, Vajrayana tradition or ancient Indian tradition, yoga is taught in the two stages: physical yoga and mental yoga, said natural. So yoga in Tibetan, Nyajol, Nyamar Jorwa. Literal translation, Nyajol, yoga, literal translation from Tibetan, reaching at the perfect state, approaching, or arriving at the perfect stage. Nirma. Nirma means, has many different meanings. Pure, perfect, pure is one of the, or perfect. Nirma, for example, the two things. One is what you call the fabrication. Another one is authentic. Two objects, and this authentic is also called natural, nirma. So this joro, narrow, jorwa, it has a connotation of arrive, or reach, or obtain, all those connotations. So the yoga, overall, the common meaning or the etymology is arriving at the perfect state. So the semji najo, the mental yoga means through that practice, through that training, your mind is arrived, or your mind is reached at its perfect state. Joro, natural yoga. So, deity yoga. Now we are talking about deity yoga. Then that associate your practice, your deity practice, visualization, recitation, contemplation associated with the deity will reach you at the perfect deity state. Take you to a perfect deity state. So deity yoga. These are the etymology. These are the not definition, etymology, but it has a very nice meaning in that. To perform a deity yoga, based on meditation manual, there are two important elements which we will connect to one of the previous hour discussion. Two elements are these. Clarity of the divine being, and the clarity clarity of divine being, and there are two ways to translate the second one. First, I will translate what's called directly from Tibetan to English. Divine pride, strong divine pride, or strong divine identity. These two are very important part of the deity yoga. In the deity yoga, what involves, there some are very long, with these four things that we have seen: environment, body, resources, and activities. In these four things, what all these four things are covered by, or permeated by these two: divine identity, strong divine identity, and divine clarity. Divine clarity and the divine identity are, colored entire those meditations. Meditation based on meditation manual, which has those four purities. So the four purities, the mandala, deity activities, deity body, deity resources, when we are involved in these are always done. These are always meditated within the feeling or within the sphere of divine identity and divine clarity. Why ngā gie Senong in Tibetan. Pai ngā giao, literally it means divine pride. Divine pride, but I usually translate divine identity, which is important. If there's no divine identity, when you visualize mandala, the mandala will not, that meditation will not become the causes to have a divine, actual divine mandala in the resultant state. If there's a if divine identity is not involved, or even if there's a divine identity, but there's no divine clarity, identity alone will not make that much impact. But with the identity, we have to have divine clarity. So I want to just briefly talk about what does that mean, divine identity. Then I'll stop. So, deeply, I can see you all are exhausted. Divine identity. When you do particularly when you engage in high circle tantra practice, always have to hold I am this deity. That is talking about divine identity. In other words, you are creating completely a new identity. You are adopting a completely new identity. That the meditation deity that you are practicing, you have to hold that identity. You have to dismiss, if I use very strongly, you have to dismiss your present identity and adopt this new identity. And it depends on how strong you are, how realistic you are able to hold that divine identity. And that's what here the term is used, strong divine identity. Stronger divine identity that we are able to hold, the meditation of divine environment, divine activities will automatically become, stronger. If there's no strong divine identity as yourself, as a deity, the activities, resources that you are using, the abode that you are living, meditation, yourself as a divine palette, less, and that way less effective. Okay, we'll have tea first. Although it's not exactly 3:30, but it's good to have tea. Yeah. Oh, yes. So we'll start this last session once again with some mantra recitation. Then that will follow if there are questions. So far what I've said was completely blank. If there are questions, I'll try to answer some of those questions. Then I'll talk a little bit further. Then if there are signs we all are exhausted, then we'll stop. Okay, so first, reciting mantra together, Chasing mantra. Are there questions? Yes.
Actually, I have two different questions. I can start with the first one
Yeah.
because I heard there is some Hindu tantras.
In
Hindu tantras.
Mm.
And what is the difference between Hindu and Buddhist tantra?
What do you think? Okay. Yeah. So my answer will be relatively long to that question. Need to cover a little bit the space. When we talk about Buddhist path, the way to experience liberation, the third noble truth, when you talk about the fourth noble truth, which is the Noble Eightfold Path. Among the Noble Eightfold Path, or Noble Eightfold Path can be summarized into technically called 3 trainings: concentration, ethics, and wisdom. And concentration, first of all, cultivation of concentration, particularly even the highest levels of concentration, is not unique in the Buddhist practice. Hindu, Jainism, Brahmanism, they all have full teachings and instructions to cultivate highest levels of concentration. Not just shamatha, even much higher than shamatha. They have those teachings, and there are, I'm sure there are people using those traditions, teachings to cultivate concentration and have achieved high levels of concentration. So in that sense, cultivation of concentration is not unique in the Buddhist practice. Then ethics, the second training, ethics. Practicing ethics, living ethical life is again not unique in the Buddhist practice and in the Buddhist teachings. In fact, Jainism, one of the, like some people say, brother or sister of the Buddhism, the Jainism, they have a very, very strong ethical practice and teachings. So therefore, practicing ethics is also not very much unique in the Buddhist trainings. So the unique comes from the wisdom, Of course, the non-Buddhist ancient Indian spiritual traditions also have many teachings and practices to cultivate wisdom. But there's one particular cultivation of wisdom which is unique. And with that uniqueness of wisdom, then all the other Buddhist practices become unique. That is, the wisdom, realizing wisdom, understanding selflessness, or anatma, or emptiness. And that is unique. That is really, really unique. Although, there are small sections of non-Buddhist Indian spiritual traditions also do not believe, like eternal creator, eternal some kind of supernatural being. But unlike Buddhism, they don't have this kind of concept of anatma, selflessness. So the uniqueness of, first of all, uniqueness of the Buddhist practices in the concentration, in the wisdom, concentration and ethics comes from the wisdom. when the ethics and concentrations are developed, cultivated, with the understanding of selflessness, with the understanding of emptiness, then these two practices will become unique Buddhist practice. So that's the one thing. Now then, if you move this one, the same sort of model, if you move to the Vajrayana practice, as I mentioned yesterday, the things that I saw in the Varanasi recently, the Hindu fire puja, and so on and so forth, as I said, almost identical. The mantra they chant, the performance, what they perform, as I said, almost identical. But I think it will come later also, the answer to your question, but I will just answer briefly here. Uniqueness comes from not the external activities, but uniqueness comes from when those visualizations, deity visualizations, when those external performances, like offerings and so on and so forth, are performed within the influence of realization of emptiness, then that becomes unique Buddhist Vajrayana practice. That is the difference. Externally, it might be the same. But also, another thing that will make uniqueness is that, as we had said several times, those two things which Tibetan chiefs become Tibetan cave. That is, understanding of emptiness and the bodhicitta. So, when the tantric practices are performed with the influence of these two, or conjoined with these two, then those practices become unique Buddhist tantric practice. Okay, and that's useful. That's useful. Start from the beginning. Four Noble Truths. Out of the Four Noble Truths, last Noble Truth, path. What is unique in there? And that uniqueness will also make difference the liberation, the second, third Noble Truth, and understanding of the second, fourth and third Noble uniqueness of the fourth and the third Noble Truth. Then also it will give us the understanding, unique understanding of the first and second Noble Truth, suffering and the origins of suffering. Otherwise, almost all the ancient spiritual Buddhist, ancient Indian spiritual traditions have concept of samsara, concept of liberation, concept of nirvana, concept of path to reach nirvana, have all. But that understanding of selflessness, anattama, makes difference. Okay?
What about that they believe in creator?
Sorry?
Don't they believe in, I mean, are these like Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, all
No.
of these, they are not deities in Tantra, or are they believe they are gods, creators? Like is Shiva maybe, I don't know.
What is your main question?
Well, I mean, they also believe in an external God, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's another difference.
Yeah, but external God, when you say external God,
Somebody else creating the universe.
Don't you think the Buddhist what you call the Vajrayana don't believe external Tara? External Tara or external Chavesi?
Well, here we have to miss.
Yes.
But Chavesi can create neither any suffering. Then he should create.
I don't know. Who knows? No, I mean here, the point, what I'm making here is in a very simple term, not asserting, not believing there is such a self eternally in here. You know, there's such as deity or God or creator there eternally. Not believing that itself makes unique in the Buddhist practice.
Yeah.
But you know, of course, Buddhist Vajrayana practitioner may believe, may assert existence of Shiva, existence of what you call the Brahmins, existence of all those Hindu deities.
Like existing like
Yeah.
us.
Yes, 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 yes.
But not eternally.
Yeah, there's nothing is eternal,
Not even in Hinduism.
not even Hinduism or whatever. Okay. Yes, any question?
My question is regards to the 9 yanas you mentioned earlier.
Okay. Yeah.
My question is regards to the middle 3. You
Mhm.
mentioned there was action, performance, and yoga.
Yeah.
And you gave an example of action, some yoga action deities. But what are some examples of the last two, yoga and performance? And the reason I ask this question is because I get the impression that in the West, people will get an action empowerment, and then maybe at some point they'll jump over to the highest yoga. But I'm trying to understand where's those middle two, where's that gap filled?
Yes. Action and performance. Action and performance, deities belongs to action and performance are quite similar. Only difference, only difference is, you know, emphasis on the action deities. When you perform the practice, you know, the activities of cleanliness, cleansing one's own body. For example, if you are doing a retreat associated with the action, then you know the cleanliness is very, very important. Every single session that you enter, before that you have to, you know, take shower, or at least to clean your head too, and to feet. And performance deity, when you perform, when you enter the activities, the emphasis is performing such as offerings. Offerings are performing long, huge sets of different offerings with the different gestures, hand gestures, and so on and so forth. So emphasis is performing in these kind of activities. In terms of the deity aspect, not that much difference. In terms of the, you know, the commitments, taking vows, there's no difference. Only difference between those two are the emphasis on action and emphasis on performance. You're right. Tibetan tradition, we have, because of that kind of closeness of these first two classes of Tantra, there isn't that much emphasis on the second one, or initiations are not given that much in the second one. However, third one, yoga, the deity belongs to the yoga. It has, you know, the initiations and the main activity, as from the term tells us, the main focus is on the yoga. In that case, compared to the previous two classes of Tantra, like action and the performance, and the deity belongs to the third, yoga, not emphasis on activities, more inner sort of experience. That's why the term yoga comes from. And that is mainly from in Japan. In Japan, they have a good tradition in the third yoga deity, like what you call it, no, I can't remember the deity's name. So yes, we have all those things, but the second one is very much lost because of the closeness of the first and second.
Would you consider Nyingye, would that be performance?
Nyingye is Chagyu, the action. Action. Yeah. Okay.
Geshe was here in last August, student outreach, and he also talked about Tantra, and he said something which I find interesting and I've been thinking about it a bit. He said that he started to talk about the death process and the death, and he said that definition of the death is normally separation between the consciousness and physical body. And when you through the practice attain enlightenment through the highest yoga tantra, that you realize this subtle mind and subtle body which you already have, and they are never separated. So then you kind of become deathless in a way. And I was thinking that if they are never separated, why don't we feel or notice that they are not? I mean, for me it's a little bit difficult to understand this concept, because they are there all the time, like you said. And when we realize it, we kind of become desolate, because then we don't have to separate those two bodies which we realize. But right now it feels like, what am I doing? Yeah, it feels like, where are those? I don't think. Could you please explain a little bit about what you meant?
Okay. I have no idea what you meant.
What you said, I mean, what you said.
I'll talk a little bit on death process tomorrow, because as I said, I'm going to talk a little bit on the process of visualization, particularly in Hasya Tantra, as I touched on this morning several times. Initially, entire practice is more in the imagination level, and then eventually turn into actual, the actual process. So there, I want to talk a little bit on that. Now, the theory, the concept is this. As I said yesterday and this morning, in the sutra, that the sutra belongs to the third turning of the will of the Dharma, like the Tadakata Sutra, like the Samdhinamachana Sutra. These sutras, including some of the tantras, they talk about the fundamental, innate, clear-light mind. Fundamental, innate, clear-light mind, which is the language which is not used in the other sutras. So this fundamental, innate, clear-light mind, and in the Dzogchen tradition, the term is used, Rigpa, the awareness, pure awareness. The theory is, this is pure theory. Don't ask me how can I see that, how can I understand that. It is in pure theory. Theory is this, that kind of mental state. On the one hand, term is used fundamental, innate, clear light, or in the Dzogchen terminology, what you call the Rigpa, pure awareness. The theory is, as you said, you heard from Geshe, saying each and every, not just human beings, each and every living being, each and every sentient beings have that kind of mental state within us, within each and every living being. Not just human beings, each and every sentient being. And that is also I'm not saying exactly the same, it is also have connection with this concept of Buddha nature. Each and every sentient being have the potential to see, have the seeds to become Buddha, and the term is used, Buddha nature. So they all have some sort of connection. I'm not saying exactly the same. So your question is why we are not aware of that, why we are not, aware of that. Again, explanation is this: why we are not aware of that? Because that kind of fundamental innate clear light, or the pure awareness, is obscured by our busy conceptual thoughts. As long as this busy conceptual thought is in full function, in full activities, we don't have any ways to experience, any ways to be aware of that kind of fundamental innate clear mind. Like maybe it might be not exactly the same. My example may not work, but I'll use that. There are many different types of chocolates, and there some chocolates, the core inner is the most delicious one. But to reach there are several different cores, covered. So until to remove those covers, they're very, very difficult to reach the core, the most delicious bit. I think it's similar to that. And it is also from our own, if we do simple, like the mindfulness meditation simply to reduce the busy states of conceptual, just that kind of busyness. Until we reduce that kind of busyness, we are unable to experience that calmness behind the busy conceptual mind. Until that busyness subsided, we are unable to experience that calm state of mind. Although the calm state of mind is there. So, similar to, not very much in here, and not today, in UK, when you're flying, until you get above the cloud, always, you don't see the blue sky. Although while your flight is taking off from the runway, blue sky is already there, but you are not above that cloud. And only you are able to see the blue sky when your flight is reached above the cloud. Similar to that kind of fundamental, innate, clear light mind, or the pure awareness, will not be experienced unless if we are free from those conceptuality. That is the theory.
Good modern metaphor with the light.
Okay.
I was just curious, you said just now, or that nothing is eternal, but can't you say that mind is eternal? There is no real beginning or end?
Okay. This term eternal, as well as another term permanent, quite often cause confusions to the Westerners.
Okay.
Because the Westerners, when you say the permanent, then that means that thing should be there at the beginning, should be there all the time. But in Asian concept of permanent, if something is permanent, it shouldn't, not necessarily it should be there at the beginning, right at the beginning. it not necessarily should be there at the end. Permanent and impermanent is the best way to look at is whether that thing, whatever that thing might be, whether that thing come into being, come into existence, depend on the causes and conditions. If that thing, whatever it might be, come into being, come into existence, dependent on the causes and conditions, then you say that is impermanent. That is not eternal. If that thing coming into being, coming into existence is not dependent on causes and conditions, then that thing is permanent. That thing is eternal.
Okay, so impermanence is contradictory to eternal.
Yes, right. Exactly.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So the connection eternal here is very much related to, eternal in the sense of whether it's there right at the beginning.
And fixed in the same way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, you use this term. You raised the example of consciousness. Yes, according to the Buddhist teachings, as an individual, not this life. This life started from some certain stage, and it will end with a certain stage.
Yeah.
But as a living being, as a sentient being, me as a living being, me as a sentient being, there's no beginning. And why there's no beginning? Because sentient beings, living beings, are defined by having consciousness, and the consciousness has no beginning. That doesn't mean consciousness is permanent.
And not eternal.
Not eternal. Because consciousness coming into being, coming into existence, is dependent on the causes and conditions. That's the one thing why it's not permanent. But also when it says consciousness is beginningless and it is endless, that doesn't mean, doesn't have that kind of momentariness. Beginningless and endless is explained from the point of view of its continuation. Not as a consciousness, but as a continuation of consciousness is concerned. There's no beginning, there's no end. As a consciousness, whatever it might be, it is momentariness. Comes, goes, comes, goes, comes, goes, comes, goes. But as continuation is concerned, beginningless and endless. If you think about, I usually give this example, analogies, when I'm giving talk in London. As here you may have in London, in the middle, the North London and South London is divided by the River Thames. So, continuation of River Thames is not same as the River Thames. So the River Thames is made of millions, trillions of whatever water molecules. Continuation of River Thames is really very much talking about that flowing. So the consciousness and the continuation of consciousness are slightly different. Okay,
back to the question related to the different types of deities in the classes.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that you were saying that when you move up the classes, they get more heads and faces and arms. But His Holiness gave an initiation on Chenrezig. It was a high yoga Chenrezig with 2 arms in one place.
Yes.
It's like the simplest one. That's
Yes.
so it's not always.
Not always.
No.
Not always. Generally how it is, but not always. What is always is if you are going to receive, which I'm going to talk more tomorrow little, if you're going to receive high yoga tantra initiation, then you have to take bodhisattva vows, tantric vows. That is definite. But if you're going to take initiations in the kriya, action, performance, some cases, yoga, deity, you have to take bodhisattva vows, but you don't have to take tantric vows. That indicates the advanced stage of high yoga tantra. But the deity phase is not all the time like that. Yeah. But the meditation is quite different in the high yoga tantra. But that deity, that Chenrezig is coming from the 5th Dalai Lama's clear vision, collection of clear vision. So it is more like an Nyingma tradition. Yeah.
Yes, on this question, you mentioned the consciousness as causes and conditions.
Yes.
What are those?
Okay, now I will touch on a very important point. Okay, I want to answer that question in a more elaborate, little bit elaborate, which I thought was quite important, at least for me. Western notion or Western understanding of consciousness or mind, particularly more in the depth, philosophical, started from around 3rd century AD, before Christ, before Common Era, by some of those great philosophers, particularly, what is his name? 3rd century, that great philosopher on medicine. Sorry?
Socrates.
No, Socrates.
Aristotle?
Aristotle. No, there's this guy who started the Western medicine. I know that. Sorry? Yeah, Hippocrates. Yeah. This is not a very definite, but this is the general observation. If you observe the differences between the Asian in the sense of the Indian tradition and the Western tradition, the starting point, I mean, of course maybe before that, but it just treat it as starting point. Starting point of the Asian understanding of mind is very much based on religion, spiritual. Starting point, the Western understanding of the mind is very much disease, mental illness. Mental illness. Because this guy, who is considered as the founder of Western medicine, when he observed people who are suffering, like what's called epileptic, or some other mental, he immediately looked at in the brain. What's going on in the brain? Then from then on, of course later, those Greek philosophies gradually observed into Christianity, a little bit moved here and there, not very much. But until up to the present time, the studying, understanding in the West, the mind or the consciousness is all the time associated with the physical. This is why my understanding, because the starting point is thinking the mental illness is physical illness. Physically something's wrong, therefore mentally there's lies alone. So very, very difficult to differentiate two. Asian study of the mind is associated with the spiritual, thinking that something can go from here to the next, then to the next, then to the next, eventually to nirvana, moksha, liberation. To do that, if you try to associate it with the physical, they all know physical body will burn after the person is dead. So they can't say, the mind is something part of the physical body, because to explain the nirvana, liberation, not only in Buddhism, but also Hinduism, Jainism, the Brahmanism, to talk about some kind of continuation from here to the liberation, they talk about consciousness. They talk about consciousness must be separated from the physical body, otherwise how can they justify when the physical body is burned? That's gone. So two different starting points, and then generation, centuries after centuries. For me, it seems it stays like that, very, very separate entity. One is physical, there's nothing more than physical. And one is saying, not physical, it's a completely different entity. So that is the background, which I thought is very interesting. And I thought it may be, the modern neuroscience may, or some of the Buddhist explanation and meditation and experiences may able to bring some kind of bridge. Not necessarily saying, to agree to each other, but to have some kind of bridge. Okay, there are these kind of things. Maybe have some connection here and there. And that's quite interesting one. So I thought that's quite nice to look at, And why I'm saying this, in 2011, there was a guy, he is neuroscience scientist, and he presented 15 or 20 minutes, 10, 20 minutes, episode on the Western understanding of mind from that guy Greek to up to the present time. And he was saying it is always associated. For example, in the present time, that the term that we use, soul, it is not, it's according to this guy, it is not Christian or Judo terminology. The terminology is started by this guy, Hippocrates. Yeah, he started. When he did a performance, when he did a research, and a person who suffered lots with epileptics, then he found there are three things, and one is he called soul, and that continues to the Christian. Anyway, it's not that important, but so that's the thing. Now, answer to your question directly now. According to the Buddhist explanation, and this is also similar to some of the modern scientists, the main entity of the physical things, physical world, physical things, and non-physical things, they cannot sort of change. Non-physical things become physical, physical things become non-physical. That's quite similar theory. In the Buddhist, that is the case. So that, based on that philosophy, and when in the Buddhist text, when they talk about causes and the conditions, they talk about two types of causes and conditions. One type of causes and condition is called substantial cause, or causes, substantial causes. Substantial should not be understood as a physical. Substantial. And second one is called corporated causes, or secondary causes. There are different translations in Tibetan, corporated courses or secondary courses. Now, secondary courses are not important in this discussion in relation to your question. It is the substantial course. So according to the Buddhist text, it is not easy to prove. According to the Buddhist text, the substantial causes for the consciousness must be a consciousness. Cannot be a matter. Matter cannot be substantial cause for consciousness. For the consciousness, the substantial cause for the consciousness must be a consciousness. And that's what here we're talking about beginningless. Why it ends up to talk about the beginning, the beginningless of the consciousness. Why? Because the one substantial cause of the consciousness should be the previous one, and then previous one, and previous one, so that it goes to the beginningless. It has problem. The theory is not really perfect theory. It is like almost that's the only option. There's no other option. So they say, oh, beginningless. But there are things which we don't have perfect answers, and this is one of them. And that's why we end up to say it is beginningless. But having said that, I'll leave it here. Any things, any question? Okay. Now we have 20 minutes. Then I will promise I will stop. Yeah. I have a very good question and answer session. That's very good. Very useful. Oops.
He goes in the back.
Inexperienced. Okay. Now, just before the tea break, I was talking about deity yoga. Do you remember deity yoga? To perform deity yoga, there are two important elements: divine identity and divine clarity. So, when the practitioner, the Vajrayana practitioner, perform deity yoga, deity practice, deity yoga, these two are the most important elements. So himself or herself, assuming as a deity, believing as a deity, thinking as a deity, acting as a deity, is the creation of divine identity. And his or her body, visualizing into divine body, having all the divine features, ditto, all the divine features will bring the clarity, divine clarity. So now, I said I want to make that connection with one of the previous, this morning. Do you remember this morning when I was briefly talking about, the etymology of mantra yana. Do you remember? Mantra yana. Yeah? Mantra meaning, protection of the mind. And when that is expanded a little bit, protection of the mind, our mind is protected from the appearances and the grasping of ordinariness. That is, our mind is protected by practicing the Vajrayana practice. Our mind is protected from the appearances and the grasping of the ordinariness. Now make connection, these two. Just make a connection. There's this connection. In the daily yoga, what is involved? It is involved visualizing, imagining, thinking oneself as a deity. What that will do? That will reduce appearances and the grasping of ordinariness. That's the connection. That's the connection. More and the clearer the practitioner is able to visualize and hold the visualization, himself or herself as a deity, and have all the features of the deity, clearer and stronger he or she is able to, that will reduce the appearances and the graspings of the ordinariness. What that will do? What that will do? That will reduce self-grasping. In the Sutrayana, the technique is to apply antidote to reduce the self-grasping, like meditation on emptiness, meditation of selflessness. Those are the antidote applied to reduce self-grasping. But in the Vajrayana, the methodology is very direct. Instead of applying antidote to the self-grasping, it is just assume everything completely a new identity, oneself as a deity. That will reduce our self-grasping. And it has a direct impact on the self-grasping. Quite often in the Vajrayana text, Vajrayana terminology, Vajrayana is practicing Vajrayana is quite often term is used in the Tibetan terminology, holding the fire with a bare hand. Holding the fire with a bare hand. In other words, the self-grasping is challenged directly with this kind of methodology, assuming oneself as this divine entity. One of the main, do you remember those four complete purity? One of the complete purity is purity of resources. We will see tomorrow, a little bit with connection today, just use an example. In the meditation manual, in the sadhana, that is self-generation in Tibetan is called, that dakye, that meditation manual, quite often there will be a section, the section that making offerings to oneself. Oneself as a deity, and making offerings, and oneself assuming taking those offerings, and those are the resources. What's going on in that meditation manual? If you follow that, it's very interesting. If you follow that, to follow some of the detail, which tomorrow we'll look at that through the death process, which is very interesting methodology. Really, more or less, bit by bit, creating a completely new identity. And that new identity is divine identity. enlightened identity. And that's very interesting. As I said earlier, it is not just pure imagination. It has an amazing, interesting process, which we'll look at tomorrow. And emptiness, understanding of emptiness plays a big, big, big role in that process of oneself visualizing as a deity. It is not just this ordinary person have completely, mad in here, this ugly, the full of blood and all those things. Not saying this is divine body, not saying this is divine identity. Not in that way. If do that, then it is like a form of that particular mental illness which this guy talked about. It's not like that. People who don't understand the process very clearly, how the deities are visualized, then there's a big problem. The people who suffer with the, what you call the, not only that, there's another mental illness, assuming different identity. People, multiple, yeah. So, seems like that if we don't understand all the process. Just one first moment, I'm Tashi, and the next moment, I'm Cheresi, or I'm this deity, I'm that deity. It's like a multiple that people suffer with that. But it's not like that. It's not like that because the previous identity is completely dissolved, completely dissolved through the meditation on emptiness. And that is the beauty of Buddhist Vajrayana, which is meditation. Okay, leave it here. We'll talk a little bit detail tomorrow how to do that. Okay, so now I'm going to end today's our gathering. Although it's not completely 5, just 10 and 5. Now we'll exhausted, leave it here. Yeah. So it's now dedication time. This morning we started the gathering with a positive note, positive intention, and now we will end today's gathering again with a positive thought from our heart. From our heart, genuinely, sincerely think, my today's physically, verbally and mentally participating in these activities, the recitation, listening, contemplation and meditation. All these activities have positive results, positive virtuous results, and I will dedicate all those positive results, virtuous results, towards well-beings of many, many living beings. Particularly living beings who are going through very tough times, very difficult times. May they find peaceful environment, peaceful mind. So have that kind of strong dedication, and with that we're going to end today's class.